sponsorship of the European Union, organized young people organizers would like to warmly welcome you to participate in our workshop today. Taking part in the workshop today, I would like to introduce Mr. Nguyễn Minh Hồng, former Minister of MIC and the President of the VDCA. Madame Rochelle Magne Audrey Anne, representative of the European Union delegation to Vietnam. Mr. Nguyễn Trọng Đường, Deputy General of the IT Application Authority of the MIC. Mr. Nguyễn Trường Nam, Deputy DG of the IT Department of Ministry of Health. Taking part in today are the representative of the state agencies from MOH, MIC, Ministry of Public Security, Ministry of Justice, and via video link, we have the participation of the provincial level Department of IC of Thừa Thiên Huế, Đà Nẵng, and Quảng Ninh, and also representatives of association, hospitals, and experts from universities, research institutions, and the press. Once again, we'd like to express our gratitude and thank you for the participation. Now we have the great honor to invite Mr. Nguyễn Minh Hồng, President of the Vietnam Digital Communication Association, to deliver the opening remarks. Madame Audrey Anna Rochemagne, Attaché of the European Union Delegation to Vietnam, Mr. Nguyễn Trọng Đường, Deputy DG of the IT Application of the MIC, Mr. Nguyễn Trường Nam, Deputy DG of the IT Department of the Ministry of Health, distinguished guests from Vietnam and abroad, attending personally as well as via the video link virtually. First of all, on behalf of the association, to express our sincere thanks and warmly welcome all of you taking part in the workshop on digital transformation and data protection in Vietnam's healthcare sector, organized by our association in coordination with Oxfam Vietnam and with the kind sponsorship from the European Union and with the IPS under the VDCA to organize. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all aware that DT, digital transformation, is a irreversible trend taking place quite strongly worldwide, and also in all the domains of the social activities. In Vietnam, the Prime Minister on the 3rd of June this year approved with the decision number 749, approving the DT, the national DT program by 2025 and the orientations to 2030. The decision has also pointed out various contents of the work of digital transformation in Vietnam to build an e-government, digital government, digital society, digital economy. The ministries, including the MIC, which is the permanent agency to do this, has been issuing with the documents to guide the implementation, and all the ministries developed their own plans to carry out the DT national program. We are also aware that data in the information society plays a very especially important role. Somebody consider it to be the oil for the industrial society, and in the DT process, data played an extremely important role, and in healthcare, the role is also especially important. DT can be highly contributive for the healthcare, medical examination and treatment, and its potential has been clearly expressed in the COVID-19 pandemic. Without such DT activities, online activities, it would have been quite hard to carry out the tasks from the government agencies to organizations to enterprises to somehow reduce the impacts caused by the pandemic. For our country, Vietnam, with around 100 million people and the middle income level heading towards high middle income level, the demand for healthcare has been on the rise, and also with the issue of population aging, posing out a kind of challenges. So the demand for digital transformation need to be more and more attached importance to. With decision number 749 of the Prime Minister, healthcare has been considered one of the prioritized domains to carry out with the DT, with a focus on building a system of electronic health files or dossiers, and also to boost the healthcare examination and treatment, and 100% of the public online public service has been at the level 4. And of course, during the process in the healthcare, there are still concerns, including the concern on ensuring the data safety. You know that medical dossiers, medical data are highly sensitive. So it is very important for the safety, security in general, and in healthcare sector in particular. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second workshop after the first one in July on the protection of privacy in digital transformation and development of the digital economy. Sorry. Today we will focus on analyzing the policy issues as well as the legal issues towards the exploitation of the value of the medical data in the current strongly ongoing digital transformation. And we'll be listening to the papers from the MIC, represented by the Authority of IT Application, as well as the MOH IT Department, and provincial cities like Huế, Đà Nẵng, and Quảng Ninh. Will also be taken part by the representative from the World Bank, as well as from government agency of New Zealand, and companies like Amazon Web Services, which are leading enterprises in data. Once again, I'd like to express our sincere thanks to the international partners, friends, for helping us to organize the workshop and being present here. We look forward to the evaluation sharing to us, and we hope that you all taking part in the workshop, and as well as virtually will reap useful issues for your work. Once again, I'd like to express sincere thanks to you, and we wish you good health, happiness, and success. We wish you a successful workshop. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nguyễn Minh Hồng. Now it is a great honor to invite Madam Rochelle Manya Audrey Anne, Attaché of Governance and Legal Affairs under the EU delegation, to take the floor. The floor is yours, Madam. Kính thưa ông Nguyễn Minh Hồng, Chủ tịch
Communication Association and former Vice Minister of Information and Communication, colleagues from Oxfam and IPS, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be here today with you on behalf of the European Union to say a few words at the opening of this workshop on health data security and privacy protection. I would like to thank the organizer of the event, Oxfam, and the Institute for Policy Study and Media Development. I would also like to thank the Ministry of Information and Communication, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Public Security, the National Assembly Office, as well as representatives of local governments and academics and civil society for their presence today. This workshop is organized with the support of the European Union in the framework of a EU civil society organization-led response to COVID-19 program. With the study on COVID medical data perception, which will be presented today, it should contribute to the digital transformation of the health sector. The topic we are going to discuss today, health data security and protection, is a very crucial one for all of us, citizens, as well as governments all over the world. Digital technology is changing people's life. New technology are offering wealth of opportunities. It is particularly true in the health sector, where digital technology allows us to collect, use, and share health data more efficiently, to empower patients in managing their disease, and to improve the quality, safety, and efficiency of healthcare systems, and also for research purposes. With the COVID-19 pandemic, the value of reliable data has come to the forefront of policies to contain the spread of the virus and allow healthcare providers and researchers to exchange sound information. Examples range from using mobile application to track contacts of people who have tested positive, or to allow app users to track presence. But digital transformation also poses new challenge for privacy and data security. In 2015, a special Eurobarometer on data protection showed that most European citizens did not feel in control of what happens to their data nowadays. This suspicion has increased in the last year in most countries, with the fear that these technologies could be used to increase control on the population and to restrict their individual freedoms. In this context, a strong legal framework for privacy and data protection is essential to ensure safeguards of citizens' rights to privacy. The right to privacy is a fundamental human right, recognized in Article 12 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 17 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and in many other international and regional human rights instruments. The Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union has established the right to protection of personal data as fundamental right in its Article 8. It means that everyone has the right to protection of data concerning him or her, or that processing must be fair for specified purposes and on the basis of the consent of the person concerned. Another important part is that it gives people the right to access data concerning themselves and to have it corrected if the information is incorrect or even erased. The EU has also adopted the General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR, in 2016, and it came into force in 2018 together with the new regulation. It entered into force at the time in all the 28 member states. The GDPR is one of the strongest and most comprehensive attempts globally to regulate the collection and use of personal data by both government and the private sector. If properly implemented and enforced, it will bolster privacy protections in Europe and empower citizens with rights to be informed and in control of their personal data. The EU General Data Protection Regulation sets clear principles concerning health data. Among these principles, I would like to share or to outline a few of them which might be further discussed during this workshop. Lawfulness, fairness, and transparency. It means that data has to be processed in accordance to the law, the European law and member states law in Europe, but in general with the law. Data controllers have to be transparent with patients regarding what happens to their personal data. Second principle, purpose limitation. It means that the data has to be collected for a specific, explicit, and legitimate purpose and cannot be used for other purposes beyond that, except for research. Data minimization. It means that data controller should only ask patients the information that is needed and relevant for the purpose for which they are collecting data. Accuracy. Controllers have to ensure that their data are accurate. Limited storage. Data can only be stored for a limited period. except for archiving and scientific research purposes. Integrity and confidentiality. Data has to be processed in a manner that minimizes risks to confidentiality and integrity of the data. And finally, accountability. It means that the data controllers should not only apply the principle in the law, but they also have to be able to prove that they are accountable and respect the above principles. It means that the burden of the proof is on them, with them. So this new European regulation seeks to empower citizens. Citizens have, for example, the right to access their personal data, the right to object to the processing of their data, and the right to rectification or erasure of data, as I said earlier. Civil society organizations have a key role to play in the monitoring and debating policies on data protection. In the health sector, patients' organizations have also a role ensuring that patients are informed, empowered, and involved to ensure that the right to protection of personal data is implemented while maintaining the possibility for patients to share their data smoothly for the management of their condition by health services and to advance health research. I am confident that this workshop will help identifying the challenges Vietnam has encountered in COVID-19 pandemic and will also propose innovative solutions in medical data protection. I'm looking forward to hear the presentation and exchanges. I wish you a stimulating workshop and a good health to all. Xin cảm ơn.
Xin cảm ơn bà Rosalo Magne Odorian. Tiếp theo chương trình, chúng ta sẽ đi vào hai phiên của phiên hội thảo. Phiên thứ nhất sẽ diễn ra với chủ đề quản trị dữ liệu.
Management of the data as a foundation for the comprehensive DT of the healthcare sector recommendations and assessment. The second is a discussion and comments and inputs. For the first session, I would like to invite Mr. Nguyên Trong, Deputy DG of the IT application of MIC, to provide the overview on data management in the public sector. The floor is yours. Mr. Nguyễn Đình Hồng, the President of the VDCA, Madame Roche Magne Adriana, Representative, Attaché of Governance and Legal Affairs of the EU delegation to Vietnam. Ladies and gentlemen, on the 6th of March 2020, the Prime Minister approved the scheme of DT, digital transformation, in line with decision number 749 of the Prime Minister, and that scheme defined that Vietnam will conduct the DT in three pillars: digital government, digital economy, and digital data. Today, it is my great honor to take part in the workshop on DT and data protection in the healthcare sector, a domain which is considered to be one of the 8 sectors of priorities for DT under the national DT program. My presentation is on the data management in the public sector. First of all, to say about the role of the data, we see that the data are very important. Many document has been touching upon this, especially the digital data, open data, and also given the high important role of data in the national DT program, it was defined that digital data is the center of digital transformation. And in the report assessment of the e-government of the United Nations for the first time in 2019, the United Nations provided the concept of the assessment of the e-government, which is based on various criteria on digital data, assessment of the indicator. Among us, we have also heard a lot about the importance of data. Some people compare it with the oil, natural resources, or some consider it be an asset. But whichever term we have, we find it to be the spirit, the core of all of the information activities on the cyberspace. The role of the digital data, maybe I would not need to speak much, right? And in the national DT program, the data, the national data or the data of the state agency account for a very important portion. The task of building the national databases as well as sectoral, specialized sectoral databases has been working with major emphasis in the national DT program in all domains from healthcare, education, manufacturing, banking, government, and so on. To be a little bit in depth on the data, we see that the data governance, data management has various levels. In fact, the issue of data and digital data has been posed in Vietnam since the early days when the country started building e-government. However, we see that data is one of the domains, the segments we have been facing difficulties in, especially the creation, the making of data, their sharing and exploitation. So in level 1, the lowest tier of data, we see that we have not had a kind of a strategy, a vision for data processing. That is the kind of basic level. The next level, level number 2, it is a kind of fragmentation when it is defined in the project of systems and projects. However, at this level, the linkage between the data and the system has not been defined, especially there is still a lack of the centralized coordination between the big systems and between the central and local levels. Many of them still, create and develop data somehow overlapping with issue arising in the system. So we see that many Vietnamese localities and ministries are in this level, level 2, and we are gradually shifting up to level 3 of transformation. This is also one of the key tasks by MOIC. So that in to this level, we have the strategy of the informational strategy. We have the data to be shared, to be linked, and commonly used. We have the one uniform, the management agency of the original data. So these are the work that we have been doing over the past time. The MIC has been rolling out the national DT program after the promulgation of decree number 47. And we will submit. Yeah, we prepare. We have been preparing for the strategy, and we will submit to the government prime minister later this year. And after that, the ministries and localities will develop their own strategies accordingly. Then sharing of data has also been boosted by the um, MIC with the development of the platforms for sharing. More than 30 provinces and nearly 10 ministries have been linked, connected to that platform of information sharing, NGFP for short. And the MIC has also launched the data.gov.vn portal for gradually transition from level 2 to level 3. So level 3 is the title of level 3 is standardization, and level 4 title is management. When we have the information integrated in the domains in a unified way, and most importantly is it is necessary to standardize the procedures in and between agencies. We will have more and more presenters for and also formats for open sources, so that not only humans can read but also machines can read, uh, to speed up the work. Oh, I have only 5 minutes remain, so I will be very quick for the last part of my presentation. So level 5 is optimization. So we have been posing the objective to do that by 2030 for the management of the public data. In the degree number 47, there was also the definition of the paths on this management of public data with the regulation on checking, assessment of the data, inspection, examination, integrating of data, analyzing, inventory of data, coordination and sharing of data. That is on degree number 47. The demands, the requirements, first of all, they need to be archived and organized favorably, facilitating the sharing, and they need to be set up into databases and need to be checked, maintained, assessed regularly, and the centralization, decentralization management must be uniform, homogeneous, especially there shall be synchronous and unified strategy. We have now 6 national databases, especially some of the databases which have been accelerated by the government this year, including the national databases on population, on land and resources, on enterprises, and so on. In addition, there are also the ministerial level commonly used databases, and in localities they also have their own and their commonly used databases. These are the master data in the state agencies to include the major information, the most fundamental information to identify and describe the entities which are the core and independent professional entities. With degree number 47 of the Prime Minister, the management connection, linkage, and sharing digital data is of state agencies one of the key tasks of state management agency. There shall be the format of open data for facilitate the sharing, the management of the data and the coordination are very important. We from IMIC have also earmarked lots of time to handle the discrepancy, for example, for the Vietnam Social Security can be linked with the Ministry of Health for their work. So handling such specific issues, we found lots of problems, lots of issues, not only technical ones, but also other issues like security, privacy, confidentiality. For the technical issues and the linkage issues are important since in 2017, MIC issued Circular 1320 stipulating on the technical requirements of linkage and also sharing of data, serving as a legal foundation to link the databases. And the management of the sharing is also an issue via, for example, the national data portal and like very spectrum and GIP. Don't no worry, I will stop on time. No worry. And this is the model of exchange of data in line with decree number 47, as well as the strategy of digital databases we have been building, and GIP, LGIP, linked with each other and with the system of other ministries or localities, as well as the synthesization of the data of the citizens, public servants, civil servants, to put into the data.gov.vn portal. It seems that this is not the final slide. No problem. Yeah, I will speak improvisingly, Mr. Khánh, because yeah, I know that I have run out of time. In fact, I have some other slides on the data of the healthcare sector. Um, they joined quite quickly after the promulgation of the National DT program. Yeah, we have been working side by side with the healthcare sector. We have together launched the distant kind of telemedicine, distant medical examination and treatment, and also the system of sharing of information of medical examination and treatment from localities to the central level, and also the kind of electronic medical health dossier. And with COVID-19, we two ministries have used many apps, as well as share information, for example, the number of infected cases, the number of people who need to declare their health status. So such information has been quite helpful for fighting the pandemic so far. I hope that in the upcoming time, the healthcare sector will continue boosting this, and we are also working actively with them, IT department of the MOH, as well as other related functional department of the MOH, as well as the VSS, Vietnam Social Security. Yeah, very two important agencies, MOH and VSS. So to ensure that the data will be exploited in a most facilitated, favorable manner. For the development, yeah, of digital government, digital economy, with the data like the humans and also the health examination treatment dossier are something of privacy. So we also need to have the methods to safeguard their personal information and information safety for them in a rational way. Only after that can they to share their information. Once again, we wish you good health and a successful workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyễn Trọng Đường. And after this will be the presentation from Mr. Nguyễn Quang Đồng, the director of the IPS, with the content on the assessment of the personal data protection in healthcare sector. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second workshop on the data management and the IPS. Also, would like to introduce the second policy discussion. So we have the handout to you already. The message in the first two recommendations were the Vietnam need to have a strategy at the national level, and the second is that Vietnam also need to have a law on personal data. And I'm very happy that Mr. Nguyễn Trọng Đường from the MIC also shared that Vietnam is starting to prepare the national strategy for data. In Mr. Đường presentation, he also mentioned the difficulties in healthcare data difficulties and the legal challenges. And we totally share with Mr. Đường, and the legal aspects need to be the foundation for the protection of personal data. So when we look at the healthcare data, we see that the recommendations are still valid. So about the value of the data in the healthcare sector, we have all see that it is important, particularly during the COVID time. And more than that, I think that for a country with a big population like in Vietnam, nearly 100 million people, and the population is aging, with the health cost will be very high and will be a burden. So the digital transformation will be very important, not only for public agencies and service providers, but also for the private sector as well. And how the private sector is engaging in this, because we think that if the private sector is not engaging, particularly the startup, then it is very difficult for us to have the interruption to have a disruption in the healthcare quality for the population in the aging time. And we see that the healthcare market is growing very fast, and this is the data from a report of the market study. And in 2018, it was about 16 billion US dollars. But in 2028, it will be about 42 billion US dollars. So the growth rate is 11% annually. So the investment and the engagement of the different sectors is very important. And here we can see in different sectors, the education and finance and healthcare. So, and in practice, this is a market report of debenture in the startup market assessment. So now the startup in the healthcare sector is nearly at the bottom. So this is the healthcare sector. And you see it is very low in the startup sector. Why? With the potential market like this, then the engagement of the startup in healthcare sector is so low like that. We think that the key reason is the lack of accessibility to the data. In Mr. Duong's model, you mentioned 5 stages of data accessibility. I totally concur with him that in the healthcare sector, we only at the second stage. We have data, but they are fragmented and we cannot connect. So the enterprises cannot access and cannot utilize that. So here we have 3 domains of data. The first one is in the hospitals, under the management of the hospitals, and some big enterprises like Viettel, VNPT, and some other enterprises also engage in the system of health services. And the second is the data from the administrative data of the healthcare sector, including data on the preventive medicine. In these 2 domains are the 2 interest of the Ministry of Health, and so we see that most of the data for the digitalization focus on these 2 sectors. And another domain which is also very important, but it is seem to be ignored, that is the application of technology to collect personal healthcare information. For example, the watches, people like working in gyms, or we also have devices to collect personal information related to health. And and so with that devices, then we can collect a lot of data. But in Vietnam legislation, we do not have regulations for using this. So other company like Apple or Samsung or the companies who are developing the devices, they collect a lot of data like this, but it is still in the gray area of the legislation. That is the personal data. And in the past, we talked a lot about the social media, but why? After the Facebook case, then we talked a lot, but the healthcare data is still in the gray area. We have not paid a lot of attention on that. And how about the connection among the data? Maybe there is a lack of connection. For example, maybe the first and the second domain, maybe we have some kind of linkage, but it is mostly only for internal use. For the data that we are concerned about is the data about the medical services. When we go to hospital, we have an examination, then the hospitals have the records of the health of the people, and according to the law on medical services, then the hospitals master this data, and it is also under the management of the contractors. For example, like Viettel, they develop the system and they have a lot of data. And another agency is the VSS, the social insurance, the social security of Vietnam. They also have a lot of data. They have a huge database, data storage, so that they can support the purpose of payment and prevention of fraudulent in payment. And Viettel, they maybe they cannot exploit the data, but because they are only the contractor. But the exploitation of the data from the VSS is only limited for internal use. For example, the life insurance you cannot utilize this data, and other data like administrative data of the healthcare sector is also very important, particularly for forecasting. For example, we visited Huế, and Huế shared that during the COVID, if we had the information on the administrative data, then we know who have the chronic diseases, and then with such information, then we can send a message to them. For example, we send the message telling them to stay at home without going out. So with such data, I think that it is very important. And in the future, I would like to mention the population aging in Vietnam. The healthcare for the older people is also very important. We can only do that if the private sector can provide services. So now they are not connected to the data yet. And we see two main reasons. The first one is the legislation, and the second is technology. About the legislation, it is a concern that the data is sensitive, and if we cannot ensure the confidentiality, the security, then maybe there are risks for the individuals, and then we can lose trust, and then the society will have the objection, and they are not going to share data anymore. And the second challenge is about the technical issues for the connection. I think that in terms of technical issues, we can have some direction for a fast-track solution, but maybe the legislation is more challenging. So in order to solve such problems, we have suggested some recommendations. And I think that in terms of accessibility, the priority for the healthcare sector is to protect the data and to protect the privacy, but it will be the so we need to have a good governance of the data. So governance of data is good, then we can protect the data. And the second is the data is only valuable if we can use that, and then we can share that. If otherwise it will be die data, and then Vietnam will miss an opportunity for disruption in the healthcare sector. So our key recommendations focus on the legislation. We need to have a law on the personal data protection. If we have such kind of law or act, then we can have principles for that. And at the national level or a sectoral level, we also need to have a strategy for data, and Mr. Đường has mentioned that. In terms of legislation, I think that this is a high time for the Ministry of Justice to recommend to the government to launch the law. If we are delayed, then maybe we miss the opportunity. Ministry of Justice should be in the right position to propose such law. For the Ministry of Health, we would like to propose a more detailed recommendation for sharing data and utilization of the data. So we have 3 domains of the data that I have mentioned. The most valuable data is the data from the hospitals. For example, VSS or some contractors, they have a huge amount of data. So how we can utilize the data, how we can access the data for the startups so that they can engage and then they can create solutions or software. Then we can pilot a solution that is a sandbox in this sector, because if we wait for the law or the revision of the decrease, then it takes time. But if the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Communication, Information Communication, and VSS, if they can do together, then they can develop the sandbox model so that we can have the national data center. And then from that national data center, then we can have data from different clinics of hospitals or pharmacies, and then the data will be sent to the national data center. And then with such a center, we have a secondary data put in. Then we can categorize the data. Then we can identify or then of the data, and then we can share with different stakeholders. And currently, the sectors, the stakeholders with high needs for data is researchers or research institute or the social insurance. And so maybe the procedures for producing data is different, but they can collect the data, they can extract the data from the national data center with the identification of the data. And in order to do that, and in order to protect the data and the privacy, then I think that we can pay attention to 2 key things. The first one is to audit the virtual security. Now maybe it is a gap in the hospitals. So for example, maybe different agencies, they have difficulties in terms of budget, but if we cannot control the data, then the data could be leaked to other parties, and we cannot protect the data. And another thing is the monitoring of the data from the external parties. For example, Mr. Đường has mentioned different supervision. mechanism. So for this center, we need to have a committee, some steering committee for this issue. They maybe not only come from ministries, agency, but also the representatives from international or corporate organizations or other stakeholders. If we can do that, then we can open the data rapidly. And if we pilot the sandbox, then it is a time for Vietnam to assess the budget. So for the accessibility of the data, I think that maybe we cannot open the data totally. Maybe we need to think about fee collection, but it is based on the principle of equality. So we need to think about the policy for fee or for charge for the startup, for example. Then if we have the sandbox, then if we can solve that problem, then we can have the model for data sharing. Last week, we went to Hue and we visited the Smart City Center, Operation Center, and they invited startups to study and utilize the data from the smart city services, and the startup, they can start to utilize that. And then I think that at the national level, we also need to pilot so that we can replicate the model more rapidly rather than waiting for the legislation. So we need to have a such pilot model, and then we can learn the sandbox model like from Hue. And today, Mr. Dương from Hue will also share about that. So yeah, they can share about the lessons learned for us. So I think that if we can if we can implement such models, then we can utilize the values, and then we can engage the private sector and the startup in the process. And the digital transformation can create a disruption rather than limit in the public agency or just in the hospitals without the openness in the data now. So I hope that with such solutions, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Justice, or Ministry of Information and Communication, and other agencies can continue to study and give a recommendation to the Ministry of Health. So once again, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Nguyễn Quang Đồng. To continue, I would like to invite Mr. Christopher from the World Bank to deliver the presentation on the internal experience in development and governance of health data.
Okay, hello, and thanks a lot for inviting us to this meeting. I will be short. I'm afraid I will be sometimes repeating the excellent points made by the person before me, but trying to give some examples of what other countries are doing. So if we could get the next one. Oh, it's me. Okay. So quickly, in terms of governance frameworks, I will go with the 4 dimensions that are presented here. Of course, the issue is always the same. It's about having a trade-off between the individual patient protection, but I would say on the other side, the collective interest, which can be about public health. This is something we can see with COVID-19, but it's also something which is important in terms of economics. I think the person before me, just mentioned, the importance of having some relatively easy access to data if you want, for instance, to set up a good healthcare sector for tech startups. And some countries actually in the world have been very clear about providing better access to data to develop their sector, their economic sector on that. So if you look at this 4 areas, Okay. Okay. So the first one on the collecting data thing. So one obvious point is to have a law. I mean, a specific law for accessing and accessing healthcare data. It means it cannot be just a law for all kind of data because there are special considerations for health. A key part of this kind of law would be, of course, to address these issues of patient consent. But I would say what is quite important here, it's of course to be protective in terms of patient interest. But in many situations, I mean, you just cannot get patient consent. So it's very important to have this opt-out or sometimes opt-in, but mostly opt-out options. There are few examples that you can find. I mean, like those in UK or Finland. I'm afraid I will talk a lot about Finland. I mean, although I'm French, so I have no interest with Finland. But they just passed last year a law which is really great in terms of both accessing data but also sharing that. So that can be a good example for them. Of course, I'm French, so I will be criticizing a lot. I mean, the existing legislation in France, which is very protective, but which basically doesn't allow any access. So, yeah, making sure you have this opt-out features in the law, but also, as it was mentioned previously, making sure that patients have a right to the data set. I mean, they can access data first to ask them to be changed, I mean, if they are inaccurate, but also, of course, I mean, to simply refuse, I mean, this data to be shared. And I would insist on that because it's almost always possible to provide good access to patient information for them, but it's sometimes very difficult to give consent or to require consent. So next area is about cleaning and managing data. Yes. So here the features you can see in some countries is to be very clear about which entity owns data. That this is something that has been to be put very clearly in the law, meaning the entity which will be in charge of managing data, cleaning it, ensuring security for it, ensuring quality. I mean, you really need to have, I mean, this kind of, we give the example of electronic health records, but it's obviously super important to have this kind of auditing process. Otherwise, you end up with a database, I mean, which doesn't mean much. And a last feature, which is also important, is to have this a process for de-identification of data. Even more if you have a not so much restrictive view of patient consent, which I believe is important if you want to provide access to data. Next one is about linking and aggregating data. So obviously, an important point here, I mean, is to have standards. I mean, it's to make sure that data is structured. I mean, it's nice to have everything, I mean, in one place, but it has to follow the same structure. Nothing new for you, of course, but what is important here is to make sure that there is an institution, or maybe sometimes several, but at least one institution whose job is to develop, or I would say adapt standards that make sense for the country. Of course, there are many international standards. I mean, like for instance, for diagnosis, for medical procedures, but I mean, you may need to adapt, I mean, some of the standards, I mean, to the national context. So it's really important to have an institution which is in charge of doing that. So I gave a lot of examples which are mostly from OECD countries, but you can also find some interesting cases in Malaysia, for instance. Second point, of course, is to make sure that all these data sets are linked together. And on that, I mean, there is always quite a lot of fight, I mean, on what is the best solution. I mean, some countries explicitly refuse to have a unique patient identifier. I mean, that's the case for the United States, that's the case for France. And other countries like Sweden or UK or Korea, I mean, have this kind of identifier, which of course, I mean, it's much more helpful in terms of linking data sets and using them. So we are also giving here, I mean, some examples of countries linking data sets. Another point I wanted to mention on that is this trend you can see in many countries about centralizing data sets, meaning that you have one entity, which sometimes can be private. I mean, it can be a state-owned enterprise, which has all data sets. For instance, the ones coming from the insurance fund, I mean, on claims, some other data coming from pharmaceutical companies, other data coming from labs. And again, this is the example I mentioned several times about Finland, where they put all the data set together, including data about biological samples, and including also some genetic data. So there is really this huge trend of centralizing all data. I think this is also something which is happening currently in Korea. I mean, trying to put all the data sets in one place. So that's my last slide on this rules about access. A few features, I mean, a few best practice you can see, obviously. One is to make sure that in the law on healthcare data, you have very explicit right of access depending on the purpose of the research you are doing. I mean, whether this is purely scientific or whether it's commercial. Sometimes you don't have that in law. And I think the example here I gave, it's the one from Germany, where basically you cannot use data for a purpose which is different from the one it was collected, which actually is hugely restrictive because you may have to use data for something different. Another point, of course, is to make sure that you have a process to access data. And again, what you see also is that a lot of countries are trying to centralize, or I would say to have a kind of one-stop window, I mean, for getting permit or license to use data. Again, whatever is the purpose of using data, what kind of data it is, it goes through only one process, which will provide some approval to use data. So I provided here, I mean, a kind of benchmarking that was done mostly for OECD countries in terms of access to data. I know it's a bit small, but you can see that the best ones are UK, Sweden, New Zealand. And yes, I mentioned, because I know my colleague from EU is here. I mean, yes, the EU system is very protective, but there are some concerns that it may be too protective. So probably I think there is I guess that when Vietnam, actually I'm finished. when Vietnam is preparing its new law, I think it's good to take a bit of everything in several countries. I mean, depending on the objectives you have. Thank you.
Xin cảm ơn ông Christopher Lemieux. Sau đây, xin kính mời bà Agne Markowska, trưởng ban chính sách công về những ngành công nghiệp trọng điểm khu vực châu Á-Thái Bình Dương của công ty Amazon sẽ trình bày về phần triển vọng và thách thức trong phát triển sản phẩm, giải pháp.
The prospects and the challenges in development of the products and solutions in healthcare data management.
Thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, thank you very much for the opportunity for Amazon Web Services to join this enlightening debate today. I will do a quick presentation. Let me share my screen. Yes. So I hope you can see my slides now. So today I would like to focus on the policy challenges in healthcare industry in our region, Asia Pacific region, and recommendations specifically focusing around cloud adoption in healthcare industry. So very briefly, I will go through the cloud and how it supports the digital healthcare. I will talk a little bit about cloud first and native policies in our region and globally, and best practices around data governance, classification, and security in the cloud environment. I will touch upon a little bit on cross-border data flows and just general policy recommendations from the cloud perspectives. So very briefly, when we talk about cloud, how do we define cloud? So we usually see as a public cloud service provider, we usually define cloud computing as an on-demand delivery of IT resources via the internet with pay-as-you-go pricing. Now, what does that mean? That really means that instead of buying and owning, maintaining the actual data centers and IT infrastructure, the healthcare service providers or cloud service providers, customers, can actually rely on technology that's already available for them. So they can depend on the compute power, storage, and database and use it on as needed basis. So they can put the workloads onto the cloud, small or large, whenever they require, and they can scale up or scale down depending on the needs. And it is a little bit, we compare it to the switching the light when you enter the room, right? You switch the light on and the electricity lights the room. So that is similar to the IT resources that AWS provides to healthcare services providers. Now, looking at the healthcare, we do see cloud as the new normal for healthcare industry, for the digital healthcare industry. Really, the innovations available in the cloud, such as data analytics capabilities, artificial intelligence, machine learning, digital health platforms, really redefine the healthcare today. The public cloud services that Amazon Web Services provide allow the customers to deliver secure, compliant, cost-effective, and scalable solutions. And really, instead of focusing on the infrastructure and IT resources, the providers can focus then on improving the patient outcomes and on the more resilient healthcare system. And we have seen such transformation happen, specifically driven by COVID-19. We have seen an unprecedented reliance on technology and data services, and it really accelerated cloud adoption by governments and private sector. We really saw that organizations that embraced cloud were able to swiftly adapt to the COVID disruption. From our engagements with governments and the private sector, we have noticed that there has been increasing willingness to use cloud for various types of data, even really the most sensitive healthcare data. And we understand that there has been an increasing trust in technology, in cloud, and its security capabilities, even for such sensitive data. And of course, existence of very strong data protection rules, and that allows, without sacrificing on data privacy, to use such cloud resources. And in particular, in the healthcare industry, we have seen increasing adoption on telemedicine applications, use of large-scale data analytics, for example, for virus research purposes. I want to mention here the World Health Organization that has successfully used AWS for large-scale data lakes and aggregate epidemiological country data for COVID-19. We have a lot of use cases, a lot of customers that have developed different AI use software that are allowing, for example, one of our customers, Medical IP in Korea, has created software that enables to process X-ray images that allows doctors to evaluate disease severity at the time of diagnosis. Another customer I wanted to mention here, which is Doctor Anywhere. It's a telemedicine solution, which is an mobile-based application that allows patients to get telemedicine consultations and medication delivered to their doorstep in Singapore, Vietnam, and Thailand. Now, what does that mean? Our customer obsession, really, what does it allow us to do and our customers to do? It really provides the technology solutions for the entire healthcare industry, which can focus then on the outcomes of the patients, the patient support. And we provide cloud services to healthcare service providers, to the hospital systems, to pharmacies, to diagnostics companies, medical devices. Government itself uses cloud quite successfully, the public health providers, of course, research, scientific research organizations, and regulators themselves. That's just an example. Now, talking about the policy, moving on. So from the policy perspective, on the public sector side, we are always recommending, and we have seen an increased adoption of cloud-first or cloud-native policies around the world and in our region. So here we have listed a few examples of such cloud-first policies. Really, it is an increasing trend that countries do have those policies recommended for public sector. What that means, I will talk a little bit later. Now, the common features of such cloud-first policies around the world and in our region are that they leverage the international security standards to protect the data. They outline very clear data classifications that allow certain data to be migrated to public cloud. It also distinguishes between the data controller and data processor obligations, and I'll talk about that in a little bit more detail. Here, I wanted to mention a little bit specifically the UK example, which really is just only representative, and it can be seen in other cloud-first policies. So what exactly does it mean, cloud-first or cloud-native, as UK now has published? So basically, it means that when the government authorities or public sector is procuring new IT resources, they should consider and evaluate potential cloud solutions first before considering any other options. And when they say public cloud, they mean public cloud, not community, hybrid, or private cloud deployments. So this is what actually the statement of cloud first means in the UK and in other countries that have adopted the cloud first policies. Now, specifically for the healthcare industry, the UK's NHS has been very successful in adapting that policy for the healthcare industry. And really, when we look at that, they have given actually a really great guidance to the whole industry on how these technologies and cloud can be adopted for the healthcare data, for the patient data. Interestingly, the UK's NHS in 2018, they actually declared public cloud services to be safe for confidential patient information. And they really declared that based on the security of the public cloud infrastructure and systems. Also, they have said that the responsibility to protect the data in the cloud environment and put the necessary security safeguards remains with the data controller. And if you look at the benefits that the NHS have seen from the public cloud adoption for healthcare specifically, they have said it's resilience of public cloud, availability of backup, most cyber resilient systems, and infinite amounts of data, among the other benefits. Now, when we talk about the cloud first policy, what exactly do we mean by that? So really, it's not just a statement that we would like to use the cloud for healthcare services and applications. It is also the implementation and policies that support such statement. So for example, the policies around how the data should be secured, processed, the privacy in the cloud environment protected, roles and responsibilities of the public policy, public sector entities and cloud service providers, and I'll clarify that in the next slide. Procurement vehicle, how do the government entities and the public sector entities can procure public cloud, and operational framework that focuses on the adoption and use cases. Now, if we go on specifically into data governance, classification, and security, we always advocate for a risk-based approach in such policy. And again, that takes me to the NHS in the UK that have exactly adopted that risk-based approach to the migration to the cloud and managing the data, the sensitive healthcare data in cloud environment. And they have adopted and proposed 4 steps. Firstly is understanding the data. Really, we understand that all healthcare data is considered as sensitive across the world. However, NHS have acknowledged that there are ways to utilize public cloud for national health data in a way that is actually secure and also cost effective. So when we are understanding that step 1, understanding the data, it is really to understand that there are different types of data that healthcare services providers collect. It can be aggregated, it can be anonymous, it can be pseudonymous, it can be personal, identifiable, or de-identified. So understanding what types of data we're working with and migrating into the digital healthcare, into the public cloud world is really important. Secondly is assessing the risks related to that particular type of data. Thirdly, implementing controls, which is really important. So the healthcare service providers need to be able to adjust the security controls depending on the type of data they're putting on the cloud and the risks associated with such type of data. And step 4 is monitoring the implementation. So establishing a regular process when after the migration to the cloud has happened. Now, in terms of the best practice policies when it comes to data classification, so we definitely advocate for the risk-based approach that allows healthcare service providers to apply respective security controls depending on the type of data they are migrating to the cloud. Really, not all the data is sensitive and confidential. Now, when it comes to public sector, it is very important that the policymakers give a very clear guidance to public sector players on existing classification and how it's applicable to the public cloud. It is very important not to overclassify the data because that increases the cost of storing such data and then restricts the ability to do data analytics or research or any other capabilities that actually the cloud can provide. For private sector, the healthcare services providers should be able to choose appropriate classification and respective security controls. I spoke about that before, so encouraging the industry's self-management and risk-based approaches. And talking about why it is important to differentiate the data processor and data controller. So this is the data security model in the cloud environment. And every cloud first policy should acknowledge that. So firstly, we have security in the cloud and security off the cloud. So when you look at security off the cloud, which is the orange part of the slide, which is basically, that is the AWS or cloud service provider's responsibility. So this is is the infrastructure on which the cloud services run. It is the actual hardware, software, networking, data center facilities, the physical infrastructure. For that, cloud service provider will be responsible, and that is the data processor side. Now, when it comes to the customer, that is the healthcare service provider in this example, they will be responsible for security in the cloud. And that responsibility will be determined on what kind of services they use and how they configure. So the cloud service providers always provide a lot of best practice guidance and white papers and solutions, a lot of services that the customers can use to architect the cloud in a secure manner, implement the firewalls, for example, and other security systems, de-identify the data, for example, or encrypt such data in the cloud environment. So that is how such environment works for the data processor and data controller perspective. Now, best practice policy on data security. So as I mentioned, it is really important to reflect the shared responsibility between the health service providers and cloud service providers. And that should be reflected in terms of the data controller responsibility to ensure that appropriate security arrangements are in place to protect the data. And leveraging the existing global and regional standards, such as HIPAA, ISO, HITRUST, the security framework, the GDPR, and other global standards is also really important. And we as a cloud service provider comply to all these global international standards for our own infrastructure to ensure security. Now, the last element I wanted to talk about is cross-border data flows. It really is important for healthcare industry, not just other industries. We have seen some of the regulators imposing data residency for healthcare data or broader data in general. And really, it's often driven by a misconception that confining the data within specific borders or placing restrictions on the types of entities that can process the data or store such data will lead to better security outcomes. We really don't believe that is the case. Most vulnerabilities and threats are exploited remotely. And really, from our perspective, when we think about security, it really is about the technical, operational, and governance practices that need to be put in place to protect the data, to secure such data. And really, if all of these elements, the technical, operational, governance practices, the infrastructure itself is secure, then it really does not matter where the data sits. That data will be secure. And to bolster such secure environment, we always recommend that the governments enforce very clear, well-architected cybersecurity frameworks, data protection laws. And we feel that these frameworks are always better and more effective than data residency policies. So just to finalize the policy recommendations to support the cloud adoption in the digital healthcare industry. So cloud first or native policy for public sector is definitely a way to go for a lot of our countries. A risk-based approach to data governance, classification, data security, and risk management. We always advocate for separating the data processor and data controller roles and responsibilities in the framework, which actually reflects very well in the shared responsibility model of cloud, supporting cross-border data flows for healthcare data, and also proactively raising awareness and promoting cloud and clarifying misconceptions around cloud adoption in the healthcare industry. So thank you very much. That will be all from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Agne Makowska. And to continue, it is a presentation from Associate Professor Angela Balatai, Singapore National University, related to ethical and perspective in data governance.
Did I start? Can you see me?
Xin lỗi.
Hi, can you hear me? I think my mic should be on. Are you sure? Hi, sorry, we're just testing whether the mic's working at the moment. Can you hear me?
Bên ngoài các bạn đã nghe được chưa ạ?
Okay, so you can hear me, so that's great. Can you, I'm just going to share these slides again. Can you see those? Okay, it looks like they're up. All right. So thank you so much for the invitation to join you today. My name is Angela Ballantyne, and I'm usually based at the University of Otago in Wellington in New Zealand. But at the moment, I'm in Singapore working on a precision medicine data sharing project. And I really enjoyed hearing the end of that last presentation. So today I'm just going to speak to you very quickly for 10 minutes about some ethical and policy issues related to data governance. So obviously you're aware that there's an increasing production and generation of health data, and there's also increasing demand for health data. And so one of the major challenges at the moment is repurposing health data for secondary uses. A lot of health data is generated in the clinical context, with the primary purpose being to support clinical care for the patient. But there's lots of other secondary uses that can be really valuable. That data can be valuable in terms of informing public policy and decision making, deciding how resources should be spent within the health system to fuel artificial intelligence and precision medicine, for example. There are a lot of good reasons to want to link, share, and repurpose that data. The big ethical challenge in relation to reusing that data relates to consent. And it's a tension essentially between, on the one hand, the rights of the patient or the data subject to privacy and autonomy over that data, and on the other hand, the public interest, the social value, the public benefit that could be generated by using that data to inform, for example, decisions making in the public or private sector. So the consent options we have for data use can be put on a spectrum. At one end, giving priority emphasis to privacy and individual autonomy over the data, and on the other end, giving priority consideration to the public interest or the social value that could be generated from that secondary data use. So at the one end, we have specific consent. This is the form of consent you'd be most familiar with in the health context. This is where all necessary material and relevant information have been disclosed to the data subject, and they have the option to allow or disallow their health data to be used for that purpose. As you can see, this is right at one end of the spectrum, giving autonomy to the data subject about how their data is used. Next to that, we have dynamic consent. This is a reasonably new idea and is used, for example, in relation to biobanks or precision medicine, where you have a clear group of participants. And dynamic consent is a web-based interface where participants and data subjects can continually come onto the website and pick and choose which projects they want to allow their data to be used for. So rather than being a one-off consent, it's an ongoing consent process. In the middle here, we have blanket and broad consent. Blanket consent is, as it sounds, very open-ended consent. You might, in a clinical trial, have a form that says, please can we use any leftover blood or genomic samples for anything else that we want to study in the future. And if participants say yes to that, you've got blanket consent. Broad consent is a bit narrower. You might have participants say, you can use my data or biosamples for anything related to, for example, Alzheimer's research, diabetes and hypertension, but nothing else. So these are compromise consent positions that don't give participants every piece of information about how the data will be used in the future, but do allow some agency on behalf of the data subjects to indicate what they would be comfortable with in terms of future data uses. Moving now towards the social value, public interest end, we might have an opt-out consent model. This is where, for example, the government might announce we're planning on using administrative health data or de-identified health data for the following purposes. If you want to opt out of that process, you're free to do so, but otherwise we will use the data without your specific consent. And right at the end, we have options for using health data for secondary purposes with no consent from the individual data subjects themselves. This might include governance mechanisms, for example, maybe a biobank or other data governance models where they make a decision about how that data will be used on behalf of participants. There might be memorandums of understanding, for example, regarding, say the breast cancer registry might have a range of samples from many participants who have subsequently died, so they can't get their consent. But on behalf of that community, they will have memorandums of understanding with other researchers about how they can access that data. We might have authorization models, such as institutional review boards or data access committees, where secondary users can apply for permission to use the data and get a waiver of consent, for example. And a really interesting new suggestion that's on the horizon is the use of metadata. This has been proposed by Indigenous groups in regards to their genomic data. So they're suggesting that you could use Bluetooth technology to put metadata in with that genomic data set, indicating what would be culturally appropriate uses of that data. So there's a range of interesting models that we can think about that don't rely on individual consent. Let's think for a minute about why we think individual consent for the use of health data would be necessary in the first place. And here we're talking primarily about the use of identifiable health data or de-identified health data where there is still, I guess, a potential risk that data could be re-identified again. So the first argument people often say is that patients own their data. The data belongs to the patient, so we need to ask their permission before we use it. I think we can challenge this idea somewhat. It's certainly not the case that the patient produced the data. And so if we think, for example, about the difference between a patient writing an email to their mother complaining of a sore stomach, the content of that email, the data in that email is going to be very different from the data in their electronic health record. And the data in the electronic health record has been co-produced by the physician. And that involves a lot of intellectual labour and expertise on behalf of the doctor. The doctor questions the patient, filters the information, interprets the information, and translates it into useful medical knowledge. So it's certainly not the case that the individual has produced the clinical data that we want to use. The valuable data is the data that has been co-produced in collaboration with the patient, but with significant intellectual input from the doctor and from the health system, for example. It's true that the data is about the patient. The patient is the data subject, so they have legitimate interests in how that data is used. But the data is also about many other groups or people as well. So the data can tell a story about family well-being, and we know this, for example, from COVID, for example, if someone in the family has been diagnosed, that tells us something about the risk factor for close contacts. Certainly this is applicable for genomic and genetic information. The data tells us a story about community well-being, about how the health system is functioning and where the bottlenecks might be, about different types of treatments and how effective they are. And certainly there's a lot of talk about phase 4 safety monitoring of new COVID vaccines, right? We're going to need data from the health system to assess the safety and effectiveness of those treatments. It tells a story about the disease progression, about clinicians' practice. We might want to know what are the rates of antibiotic prescribing amongst different GPs. So there's lots of groups that have a relevant interest in the clinical data. Second, we might say individual consent is necessary because the primary person that could be harmed by a data breach is the individual patient. Now, this is true to some extent. If the data is misused, falls into the wrong hands, there is a privacy risk for the individual. But I think often we fail to recognise the significant group harms that can arise in relation to data. So data is used to allocate resources and make decisions about where we can get the most benefit from our health resources. This often means moving health resources from one part of the health system to another, funding some programs and defunding programs. So the consequence of data analytics can have implications on groups in terms of their access to resources. And this applies regardless of whether the individual in that group actually had their data used in the data analysis in the first place. Data analytics can also lead to entrenching bias, whether that's gender bias, racial bias, weight stigma bias, that we see in the health system. There's increasing evidence that the health system has structural barriers sometimes to certain groups accessing care, and we see this, and as a result, this results in health disparities between groups. When that data from the health system is used to train artificial intelligence and machine learning programs, we can see that those biases may become entrenched because the AI system sees that certain groups are more likely to benefit from an intervention, for example, and that may simply be because certain groups are more likely to be referred to tertiary care on the grounds of race, and there's studies that demonstrate this in several countries. The data can also be used to stigmatise groups. So we had a case in New Zealand where researchers were looking at genomic research and identified a gene which they described as being linked to aggressive behaviour. When the study was reported in the media, it generated a bit of a frenzy, and there were lots of stories regarding how this gene was a warrior gene and was more prevalent in Māori, the Indigenous population in New Zealand. And this was used to try and explain higher incarceration rates in prison for Māori. And this had a really stigmatising effect for Māori as a whole, regardless of whether their data had been used in that study. Data can also be used to exploit the vulnerable. And we see this, for example, in relation to predatory recruitment of low-income individuals into, say, for-profit universities in the United States. So we need to be really aware of the ways that data can be used to harm groups rather than just individuals. How do we manage all this complexity in New Zealand? So in New Zealand, the governance of health data is an incredibly complex space, and I think this applies to many other countries as well. We have a health information privacy code. We have an ethics committee that writes research ethics guidelines around data access. We have national health ethics committees. We have university health ethics committees and a range of other groups involved in data governance as well. This is an incredibly fragmented and complex and difficult to navigate regulatory process for researchers. One solution to this in New Zealand has been that Statistics New Zealand has developed an integrated data infrastructure. This is called the IDI, and it's linked to a second data set called the Longitudinal Business Database. Between them, these two databases hold microdata about individuals, households, and businesses in New Zealand. It's incredibly comprehensive. It involves data regarding housing, justice, health, tax, work and income, agriculture, and it's an incredible resource for generating evidence-based policy and decision-making in New Zealand. And in fact, there's significant international demand to come and use the data set as a trial for other countries who are not able to link as much administrative data in their own jurisdiction. So it's an incredibly useful and valuable data tool. And I think the key point here is that the data is integrated. And so the governance structure can sit as an umbrella over the use of that data rather than having a very fragmented health regulatory structure that involves and that relies on bilateral individual sharing arrangements between different data users and generators. So the governance framework for the integrated data infrastructure in New Zealand relies on the 5 SAFEs model. I'm sure many of you are familiar with this model for accessing data. To be able to access the data, you need to prove that you're a safe person. That means you have appropriate qualifications to use the data and you've undergone appropriate training and confidentiality and the expectations regarding the data use. It needs to be a safe project. That means it's in the public interest. There needs to be a safe setting. So, for example, you can only access the data in a data lab. Those data labs are set up by Statistics New Zealand. There's some across New Zealand, and there's in fact one in Australia now. In those data labs, the computers are not connected to the internet or to printers, for example. So you have to come into this safe environment to access the data. The data needs to be safe. This involves asking whether there's any particular sensitivities regarding the data. It needs to be appropriately de-identified. And then all outputs are checked to ensure that the research doesn't unnecessarily stigmatise groups or that there's not a risk that individuals could be identified. So this is a reasonably robust governance framework. Nonetheless, in New Zealand, we had particular pushback from certain communities, particularly the Maori community. It's about 15% of the population in New Zealand. This is the indigenous population living in New Zealand before white settlers from Europe arrived. And they established a group called Te Mana Raurunga who are arguing for indigenous data sovereignty. They argued that concerns about Māori regarding data use weren't appropriately assessed in that 5 Safes framework, particularly, and that led to particular risks for Māori communities in relation to data use. As a result of this advocacy, a second level of review has recently been launched this year called Ngā Tikanga Pahere, and this was developed with Māori academics and experts to ensure that all applications to use the IDI data receive Māori review. So this is a way of ensuring that data use from within the public sector maintains public trust. So I hope that's a useful example for you regarding what's happening in New Zealand, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Associate Professor Angela Valentine. Ladies and gentlemen, the first part of the workshop finished here, so I would like to invite you a 15 minutes break, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please come back to the meeting room so that we can resume. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to the second section of the workshop. That is a discussion and the giving inputs to the policies for policy governance. And now I would like to invite Mr. Nguyễn Quang Đồng from the IPS. Thank you, Mr. Nguyên. I would like to start the second session of the workshop today. So we will focus on discussion and Q&A. So in the second session, we have Mr. Nguyễn Trường Nam from the IT department, MOH, and Mr. Nguyễn Trọng Khánh from the informatics department of the MIC to participate in the discussion with you. So Mr. Khánh is preparing the national data strategy in terms of health sector. We are having a lot of initiatives for policies and legislation. So I hope that today we have enterprises, we have representatives from localities. So I hope that we can share and discuss. I hope that the discussion will focus on two groups of issues. The first one is the issues related to the enterprises and civil society organizations related to e-health or see the risk related to data and about the recommendations for MIC and MOH so that we can balance between data utilization and privacy protection for the subjects. Maybe I can start from the enterprises ideas. Here we have a Mr. Nguyễn Đức Ninh, Director of the BD that attended, engaged in the health and data for many years. So I would like to invite Mr. Ninh.
Presidium, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Nguyễn Ninh, Director of the Needy Technology Solutions joint stock company. Our company, Needy, has been taking part in providing the software solutions for the healthcare sector for 7 years now. I feel quite fortunate to take part right from the beginning. In fact, in the healthcare sector in Vietnam, the policies or the programs on the IT application were started somehow in the earlier 2000. But officially to have the result as now, it resulted attributed from the boosted activities in 2015 so far. We take part in providing solutions to the clients whose infrastructure is not sufficient, targeting not only to the Ministry or Provincial Department of Health, the hospitals, but also we provide service the product to the local health stations whose IT infrastructure was at a very weak, even when we provided the software, some of the stations did not have internet, but they need to use the kind of 3G USB, and some of them still did not have the computers. So the staff had to use their own computers for the work of the health stations. So we see that we took part in the activities right from the beginning. And after the 7 years of participations, being an enterprise, we found some points as follows during the process of DT. Firstly, for the healthcare sector, In the past, I used to work in the e-finance, software for finance, software for education, or e-government. Yeah, before joining this domain, I was working in those domains, and I did not see any of the agencies in which the forms for collection of the data was keeping changing. It kept changing the form, and it also differs from the health station level to the higher levels in terms of the forms. So we, the software providers, face lots of difficulties in updating, upgrading, and amending in line with the circulars issued. Yeah, but we were sympathetic because at that time the healthcare sector and also some other sectors were undergoing lots of changes. So yeah, it resulted to the changes in the forms. Yeah, it is for all sectors. The health sector maybe has a little bit higher, but we were sympathetic to them. Secondly, I see that the healthcare sector now is lack of programs. They are lack of specific action plans. Although the MOH or the government often say, and also uh, say that information technology is a platform of the platforms of the upcoming future of the future. Yeah, the awareness is there, the statements are there, but specific actions like circulars to be issued, or for example in the education and training, even in 2008 they identified with the five themes for the years. For example, in 2008 they named the year as the year of IT application. So given such a specific slogan for the year, they devised a specific action or action plans. That was for the education sector, but the healthcare sector has not done such things. Mostly on the documents, in the communication activities. I think it is also a difficulty against digital transformation in the healthcare sector. Another point is that you see that even the Ministry of Health Department of IT was established later than many others ministries. And in the healthcare sector, IT application, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Health IT application has been slower than later, started later than other ministries like finance or education training. So they are like a kind of chief architect. They are like a chief architect. So people or locality do what they can with the money they have, in the sections, in the divisions, in the department, whose leaders prioritize this. Yeah, thing will be done more. But if the boss does not pay much attention to that, the IT application has not been much done, or they only follow the instruction of the boss, not thinking themselves or seek funding to realize their ideas. So when there is the lack of a chief architect, it can lead to the kind of contradictions, conflict, and the funding, the resources might be fragmented. So the playing field is not quite healthy, because they fail to have a common framework, so everyone want to have the big share for them of the cake. So there can be negative phenomena arising. If there were a kind of chief architect, there would have been a kind of common standards for the sector, and the private sectors can join in, or public sector can join in, provided that they follow the standards and follow the architecture of the healthcare sector, and that would be quite fair. But now there has not been such a chief architect. So no legal documents, no specific standards for companies to take part in line with the standards. So if there were such a kind of technical standards, it would involve many people in a fairer way. In the past, you have to access we try to access the ministries and the departments at the local levels, and given also other experiences with the finance sector or education sector, I find it more difficult. The companies, even Viettel or in VNPT, none of the companies can provide the resource to cover all of the countries, because after we provide the product, the service, we need to continue with the uh, customer care, uh, and also the clients vary from localities to localities. For example, those in the more developed regions, the staff are different from those in the remote areas in terms of the IT. For example, in many of the remote places, they cannot have a kind of IT staff, right? Nurses, medical staff also play the role of kind of an IT staff. So we need to create a kind of good playing field to involve more participation of the private sector. That is what I think what I think is causing difficulties for digital transformation. Secondly, no matter our policy is, we need to pay attention to the human resources. Now, even the provincial level Department of Health, we have 63 provinces, city, right? And the provincial level Department of Health does not, they do not have the kind of the division on information technology. So when we provide the service to them, we have to do everything. And the departments do not have IT staff like the engineers to serve as a bridge in working with us. Because if there was such staff in the Department of Health of the provinces, they would both understand the work of the healthcare sector and also the kind of information technology capacity. They are not capable even to see whether they have been doing well or not. It would entail in hiring some entity to supervise our work, and it would cost not much per year. So if the Department of Health have to request for the budget for hire such a supervising entity of our work, it would be quite sporadic, not worthwhile. So we need to think about the human resources on IT of the Department of Health. There is no kind of apparatus from the authorities to be in charge of it. And in the upcoming future, in line with my experiences, we need to prioritize, and there should be a kind of mechanism to ensure transparency. Only if we have such thing, for example, with the human resources, and such mechanism of clearly defining the role and responsibilities of the leaders, and there should be a kind of specialized apparatus, but it need to be capable enough. Some of the provinces have enough money, but the boss does not care about. But and also there are provinces with money, and the bosses also care for that. But the human resources of IT specialized staff are very weak. So when the project is to be implemented, and the project proposal needs to be defended. They could not defend the project proposal. So, and we have been successful in doing with some of the cases, and we see the conditions are the bosses understand, supportive, and regularly supervise it. And it is luckily that the gentleman working in the IT section there used to work in Hanoi, and he is very capable. That is why the project there was successful. Yeah, so I think that is one attribute to the success. There should be kind of specialized IT person, and they receive the remuneration for that. Nowadays, most of the staff involved are also people of other majoring, and they does the IT work as some kind of second job, so not quite specialized. And another point we need to say about, for example, in the case of some Department of Health, when they sign the contract with the contractors, we need to input the material of about 1 million households. But when we get the information, we receive no document requesting on the purpose of the possible use of the information, whether it is subject to the consent of the people or not. So it is also the fault of the state management agency. Yeah, how to request the vendors, how to request the contractors to use properly the data of the people that they have. It will also be facilitating for the good digital transformation in the healthcare sector. Sorry for the time constraint. I could have only said about such point. Thank you.
Mr. Nguyễn Đức Ninh, I also agree with your comments, and that is also what we have seen in the localities. So we really need some kind of management capacity for managing contractors who provide solutions. So it is related to the data rights, and I see that we do not see any case where authorities ask for consent from the people and inform them what is the status of the data, who manage the data, and who can access the data. So that's why the people do not have such a right in terms of legislation and in terms of practice. So I would like to thank for the 4 comments from Mr. Nguyễn Đức Ninh. And next, from Enterprise, I also would like to invite Mr. Trần Anh from VNPT, which is also one of the important contractors in the health sector. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Trần Anh, the director of the VNPT, and coming here, I would like to share with you some things, because I just access the information. I just know about the workshop today, not long time ago, and I see that in the workshop today we have a very valid information. So when we develop the application in health sector, we based on the direction and policy of the government so that we can implement the practice in line with the Industrial 4.0 based on the pillars, the digital and biotechnology and physical technology. So we need to have the applications in all the three pillars. In the process that we are developing, VNPT also have different phases for development. The first is digital transformation. We need to digitalize, and then we need data with what we have been implementing in the past 20 years. We can use technology for digital transformation, and in the health sector we implement different apps on the cloud. And you have listened to the presentation from the Amazon web service. So we developed such a system 15 years ago, and in the health sector, all the apps are running on a cloud. So the integration of the data is totally possible, and then we can do immediately for data integration. During the implementation, now BNPT it has about 7,500 health facilities, including about 700 hospitals engaging in this system, with such large number of clients. Then the amount of data is very huge. Every year, the patient records are updated with information, and then we are maintaining that data for more than 10 years, and we commit, we ensure the quality and data protection, and the governance is hand over to the health facilities. So in the presentation, I see the three domains of data from people, from hospitals, and from the administrative data. So from MOH, we can see about the classification need to be standardized, and the data from enterprises like VNPT, we try the best so that we can access the information from the service providers like medicine or equipment, so that the doctors or the people can access the information more easily. For example, in our software, we make it possible for the doctors to have the warning, like what kind of medicines are available in the market and how they are interacting with different other medicines. So this is a very good foundation for us to develop AI applications. And as you know, in the COVID pandemic, Team Brand was the agency to pioneer in implementing such applications. So VNPT also have apps used in the research, and when we have results, then we can share with other entities. Another thing is about data sharing. Speakers also have mentioned the issue. I think it's very valid. That is about a standardization of data. In order to be able to share the data, then we need to standardize the data. if it is very difficult to share if the data are not standardized. Maybe Mr. Nam from the IT department can share further, and the Deputy Prime Minister Vũ Đức Đam is really concerning about this. So we need to have the identification of the people so that we can standardize the data for sharing, and about the basic information of the people, then how we can share the data. So I know that the ministry is standardizing, and for the VNPT, we are implementing a civil project by the Ministry of Public Security, and we are going to finish the project by December, and then we are going to have the code of the people as requested by the Ministry of Public Security. Since a person has not been born yet, for example, the mother is being pregnant, and then we can have the code or the ID of the baby already. So that is a very good foundation for us, so that we can have the ID for the people. And you also have shared about the ID of the people in other countries, and I think that the countries who have a good sharing system, all of them have IDs. So I hope that Vietnam can have such kind of IDs for management. And the fifth item is related to data security. During sharing, of course, we have to pay attention to the protection of the data, or to ensure the data security. We know that in Vietnam we have the law on the cyber security. We have we have a regulations on sharing of personal data. So we need to have a very transparent regulations, because if we wait for the law, and then in the IPS presentation, we also see that we should not wait for the law. We need to have some kind of temporary regulations or guidance. So in the health law, we have assigned the responsibility for the management of different data. So maybe we can further discuss with different stakeholders, so that we can implement the regulations in practice. Because if we wait for the law, maybe it takes about 1 or 2 years, then maybe we miss the opportunity to have the regulations for data sharing and development of the apps. So those are the points that VNPT would like to share. Another piece of information, I think that here we have a diversified participants. So we hope that we can cooperate with all of you, so that we can have an IT system for the health sector. We are hoping to develop an ecosystem for the health sector, and that is also the direction from the government. So I hope that we can receive the support and engagement from all the partners, so that we can carry out the mission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chen Anh, Director of the VNPD's e-healthcare center. He has provided lots of information on the application of services that VNPD has been providing, especially the recommendation on the use of AI for the development of services, or also to for the support to the nurses and doctors. and also the identifier. Thank you, VNPT. From the localities, we have the representatives of the province of Thừa Thiên Huế, Mr. Nguyễn Dương Anh, Executive Director of the Smart Cities Service Center of Huế. Thừa Thiên Huế is one of the leading provinces in the development and utilization of data, especially in the COVID pandemic era. It has developed a lot of the services for warning and also for the data storage. So, Mr. Nguyễn Dương Anh from Thừa Thiên Huế, please.
Ok nhé. Dạ alo.
Yeah, we can hear you very.
Dạ vâng. Xin kính chào quý vị lãnh đạo, quý anh chị tham dự hội thảo. Thì liên quan cái chủ đề hôm nay thì cũng xin chia sẻ nhanh cái thực tiễn của Thừa Thiên Huế. Thì trong cái giai đoạn mà chúng tôi phòng chống dịch Covid, thực hiện cái chủ trương chung là phải có cái khai báo sức khỏe này, rồi là thu thập những cái tình trạng mới của các cái trường hợp mà có liên quan tới cái vùng có dịch. Thì báo cáo về hội nghị là lúc đó có rất nhiều cái phần mềm và chúng tôi được yêu cầu cả từ Bộ Thông tin Truyền thông rồi cả từ Bộ Y tế và các cái ứng dụng của các cái nhà mạng, thì các anh cũng đã thấy đó là rất nhiều ứng dụng để mà thu thập cái thông tin sức khỏe của người dân, và người dân lúc đó họ tự nguyện để họ làm. Thì giai đoạn đầu thì chúng tôi cũng theo những cái văn bản đó để chúng tôi làm, nhưng sau đó chúng tôi phát hiện ra một cái điểm là khi dữ liệu của người dân mà đã cung cấp lên cho các anh ở trung ương thì không có cái dữ liệu đổ ngược lại cho chính quyền địa phương. Có nghĩa là mình chỉ cung cấp dữ liệu có một chiều. Thành ra là sau đó thì rút kinh nghiệm đợt 1 cái thì sang đợt 2 là Thừa Thiên Huế là triển khai một cái giải pháp khác. Đó là chúng tôi triển khai rất nhanh cái hệ thống thu thập dữ liệu mà dùng các cái app và các cái website của địa phương xây dựng. Sau đó rồi dùng cái hệ thống chính trị của mình lan tỏa đến từng nhà, từng hộ dân để mà khai báo, thu thập thông tin. Thì cũng báo cáo với hội nghị là chỉ trong một thời gian ngắn như vậy thì chúng tôi đã thu thập dữ liệu cập nhật nhất của là 800.000 người trên cái dân số là 1,1 triệu của tỉnh, và báo gần hơn 300.000 hộ dân. Về cập nhật ở đây là không chỉ là cập nhật với tình trạng thông tin sức khỏe của họ tại thời điểm đó, mà còn cập nhật được cái hạn là chủ hồ này, rồi sự phát sinh về dân số này trong một thời gian rất là ngắn của cái Covid. Và sau đó thì chúng tôi sử dụng cái API để nói chuyện với các cái app và các cái ứng dụng của phía trung ương. Như vậy thì cả hội nghị cũng thấy là chúng tôi cũng không cần phải chờ dữ liệu từ trung ương đổ ngược về nữa, mà chúng tôi đã có thể chủ động quản lý đúng cái khối dữ liệu của mình và chuyển ra cho trung ương, và cũng chấp hành tốt cái yêu cầu của trung ương. Thì có một cái điểm là tại sao chúng tôi gặp được cái thuận lợi như vậy, thì báo cáo với hội nghị là do trong cái giai đoạn Covid, cái vấn đề sức khỏe, những cái vấn đề dịch là những cái mà người dân họ rất là quan tâm, và họ rất là lo lắng là không biết là liệu mình có nằm trong những cái trường hợp mà có thể không may bị mắc hay không, và nếu như mình bị mắc cái Covid thì mình có được may mắn được ứng cứu, được chăm sóc hay không. Thì vì cái sự lo lắng như vậy thì báo cáo với hội nghị là người dân họ khai báo thông tin rất đầy đủ, rất chi tiết. Trong đó có những cái đối tượng chẳng hạn như là người già thì họ có những cái tiểu sử về bệnh nền, những cái bệnh lý mà không phải là có thể là Covid có thể khiến cho người ta ngã gục đâu, mà đôi lúc là vì những cái bệnh lý bệnh nền đó thì nếu mà không khai báo trước thì địa phương hay chính quyền sẽ không nắm trước và rất là khó để mà hỗ trợ cho bà con. Thì nhờ cái Covid, phải nói là nhờ cái Covid và nhờ cái nỗi sợ Covid thì người dân qua những cái app đơn giản của chính quyền địa phương thôi cũng đã cung cấp đầy đủ thông tin cho chính quyền. Vậy thì với góc độ của chính quyền thì chúng tôi có cái nguyên tắc thứ nhất là đầu tiên về các cái dữ liệu của chính quyền địa phương thì luôn luôn là bảo mật rồi, và đặc biệt là về cái mảng dữ liệu của y tế nữa thì chúng tôi phải cam kết là chúng tôi phải giữ vững được cái tính bảo mật và cái tính mà gọi là chia sẻ và sử dụng khi mà có thẩm quyền. Thì bằng cái cam kết mạnh đó thì người dân họ yên tâm. Và cái việc cam kết này thì báo cáo với hội nghị không phải là tại thời điểm Covid thì tỉnh mới đưa ra cái cam kết đó, mà vì trước đó là trong năm 2018 tại Thừa Thiên Huế đã có triển khai những cái dịch vụ đô thị thông minh đầu tiên, trong đó có những cái vấn đề là về phản ảnh hiện trường. Phản ảnh hiện trường thì người dân chỉ thấy những cái bất cập trong cuộc sống thì là có thể báo cáo lên cho chính quyền để họ giúp cho mình. Và tại cái thời điểm làm cái quy trình đó thì chúng tôi đã chứng minh được là chúng tôi bảo mật được thông tin của cá nhân của họ, vì có rất nhiều cái phản ảnh của người dân họ rất nhạy cảm, đụng chạm đến lợi ích của một số đối tượng, và thậm chí có thể là nếu bị lộ lọt thông tin thì có nguy hiểm đến tính mạng của người dân. Và qua cái thực tế của năm 2018 thì người dân rất an toàn khi cung cấp thông tin cho chính quyền, từ những cái vụ việc dân sinh thì đến cái thời điểm mà liên quan đến Covid thì bà con không còn cái trở ngại nào nữa khi mà thực hiện cái khai báo y tế. Và tới thời điểm này thì Thừa Thiên Huế cũng đã có một cái quyết định trong năm 2021 báo cáo với hội nghị, đó là đưa cái y tế thông minh lên cái ứng dụng Huế S phục vụ cho người dân tại địa bàn tỉnh Thừa Thiên Huế. Mỗi người dân khi vào đó sẽ được xem toàn bộ cái thông tin sức khỏe của mình, về lịch sử thăm khám. Đấy là những cái thông tin mà như chúng ta cũng được biết là nó đang nằm trong những cái dự án thí điểm của Bộ Y tế. Và vấn đề thì cũng có cái vấn đề ở đây là cái dữ liệu thì hiện nay đang lưu tại các cái server của các anh xây cái ứng dụng đó là của anh Viettel, và chúng tôi cũng đã cùng với các anh Viettel này đã có những cái, nói chung đây chỉ là cái cam kết của các cái bên A, bên B và bên B phẩy thôi. Làm sao là dữ liệu lưu trên cái server của Viettel thì chỉ được thẩm quyền của chính quyền địa phương mới được khai thác, còn mọi cái hành vi mà tra cứu rồi là sử dụng thông tin trên những server đó mà không được phép của chính quyền của tỉnh ấy, thì coi như là vi phạm cam kết hợp đồng và có thể vi phạm về những cái vấn đề pháp lý cho cái dữ liệu về y tế. Thì cũng xin báo cáo nhanh với hội nghị là cái cách làm của Thừa Thiên Huế như vậy có nghĩa là không chủ động vào hệ thống không bị động vào hệ thống của trung ương, mà sẵn sàng tại địa phương và sau đó thực hiện kết nối theo đúng cái tinh thần là cái trục liên thông mà chia sẻ tích hợp dữ liệu á. Và không chỉ ở lĩnh vực y tế đâu, báo cáo với hội nghị là những cái lĩnh vực khác như chúng tôi cũng đang vướng đây này, là bên chỗ kế hoạch đầu tư chẳng hạn đó, nó có những cái dữ liệu là chúng tôi là chuyển lên để làm các cái dịch vụ của các anh bộ, nhưng khi mà xin phép để mà lấy dữ liệu về thì rất là chậm và rất là bị phụ thuộc vào cái tiến độ xây dựng trục của các anh. Cho nên cái cách làm của Thừa Thiên Huế là nhất quyết mình phải làm được cái khu vực dữ liệu của mình, sau đó mình thực hiện kết nối. Nhận xin phép hết ạ. Không biết có rõ không?
Anh Dương, anh có nghe rõ không ạ? Có thể là chia sẻ thêm trong cái phần về cái kinh nghiệm của Huế ở trong cái việc về mời các cái doanh nghiệp, tạo điều kiện cho các cái doanh nghiệp tham gia khai thác cái hệ dữ liệu này không ạ? Xin lỗi quý vị, có vẻ như là có một cái trục trặc về mặt kỹ thuật trong cái kết nối với Huế, nên là nếu mà anh Dương anh trả lời sau thì chúng ta sẽ quay trở lại với câu trả lời của anh. Anh Dương anh, vâng ạ. Thế thì tôi xin phép quay trở lại với to other participants. Taking part with us is another group who are the direct beneficiaries of the process of DET, which are the hospitals. I'd like to invite Mr. Nguyễn Thế Vinh, Deputy Head of the IT Division of the Central Children's Hospital, to share the practices as well as the issues faced by the hospital. The floor is yours, Mr. Vinh.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the workshop today, I would like to have some ideas from our institute, from our hospital. We see that healthcare is quite a typical, quite special sector, and the informatics solutions are very difficult. And we have experience in management in the IT department for 3 years. So I have experience in that, and the technology and the demand is changing always. The policies, mechanisms, or legal documents health data. For example, in the law, Article number 9 and number 8 is about the patient privacy. I'm sorry, wait me a minute. In the article number 8 about the respect of the personal privacy, so people can keep the secret about the health status and their personal life. So only data is disseminated with the consent from the patient. So this has been discussed since the morning. So that is the compare the balance between the personal privacy and the social interest. So we need to have a very clear documents. Currently, the data outside of the clinics or health facilities, like the outpatients records, we do not have any regulations. We are using HIPAA. So with that, it depends on the companies how to utilize that, and they can include in the terms of contracts. And if we have not revised the law in the article number 59, the clause number 3, the records are stored at the confidential level. So if we look at the law like that, and then the using cloud of the VNDPT is some kind of violation, and we cannot have such kind of information or data in a server of a foreign country. So the MOH is proposing the revision of the law. So we are also going to include the content related to the digitalization. Regarding the pediatric National Pediatric Hospital, we also have the Digital Transformation Award, including application of e-health records. The patients are provided with services and with the records, and the records here is also for the outpatients, and they could be shared for the patients. But the regulations are not very clear, so that's why the hospital has to use manual procedures. For example, the parents have to fill in the paper form, so they fill out some information related to like the administrative data or their children data, and they have to sign on that paper form. So maybe if we use the technology of the 4.0 industry, but we see that the work or the procedures here are still manual. So that's why it is for the authorities to develop standards and for the sharing data of the citizens. Thank you, Mr. Nguyễn Thế Vinh, from the obstetric and pediatrics hospital. Thank you, Mr. Vinh, for showing the conflicts in the legislation. And I also would like to invite the final idea from Mr. Trần Hùng Minh from about the from the light, and then sorry, I would like to share with you some information from my institution. We cooperate with the different service provider to provide governance software. So we are working on the software for people with disability. So we have two systems for people with disabilities. For example, from the Ministry of Labor, Employment Social Affairs, and one is from MOH. So we see the duplication, and I also see the discrepancy between the two systems. And the systems are developed, but there is no update or verified verification of the information. So the system like showing what services that the people with disabilities can use. But they are not connected, and there is no ID for one person with disability. So when they come to hospital, they are not the hospital do not know what kind of services they are using, and then can support them. So that is a challenges in using the system of the two ministries. Another thing is about the governance of accounts, and Mr. Vinh also tell about the software, and we have the software A365 for autism children. Then we can create accounts for parents and for the healthcare staff, but it is very difficult because the system has a lot of failures because maybe the developers cannot imagine everything, and the service providers like us, we do not understand very well. So maybe we and there is lack of some kind of master designer. So that's why it is very difficult to find a person who is good at technology so that he can supervise the the service, the contractor or not. So it's just based on the experience to see the capacity of the contractor. Or maybe some institutions, they do not want to work because if they do that, and then maybe they need to be transparent, and then maybe they can have impact on their interest, because not all the institutions want to be transparent. And when we talk about the people, the citizen, about the community and other services to be connected with the system, I think that we are still very weak in this aspect. I know that the MOH have challenges because different departments also have different programs, like HIV department or children and mother department. They also have another kind of system, and they are also have a budget constraint. So that's why it is very difficult even for the Ministry of Health. And we see that we do not have something clear about a system for the linkage in the country and in the ministry. Thank you, Mr. Trần Hùng Minh. And Mr. Minh has mentioned some difficulties in data linkage. And in the morning, we also have gone through many different presentations and ideas. I would like to thank you, Mr. Nguyễn Trường Nam from the MOH and Mr. Khánh from the MIC for listening to all the presentation and ideas. And the final part of the discussion today, I would like to give the time to Mr. Nam and Mr. Khánh for the response. Yeah, good morning. From the presentations and the discussion of the participants coming from different agencies, we are a public agency, and we have we have noted down the issues that you are concerning. And from the presentation, I think that the presentations are very practical, and they are really the points that we are concerning, so that we can improve. So I think that we will collaborate more closely with the VDCA and from IPS, so that we can invite more experts and more speakers with experience in data governance, particularly in the health sector, to provide us with advice and technical assistance, so that we can have the direction, the appropriate direction for policies about the challenges. Yes, you are very right, but there are many reasons, and so Mr. Vinh from the Children's Hospital, you also worked in the IT department, so you understand that very clearly. And I would like to clarify a little bit. For example, the company mentioned that we need some kind of master designer or some kind of master architect. There is one vice minister also asked us about that, and he mentioned that the IT department is actually some kind of director or some kind of a master architect. So we see that healthcare sector is very special, and the doctors have to their main job is to provide services like examination and treatment services to the people. So when we talk about IT, they are very hesitant. They do not want to apply such kind of technology. They are afraid of errors or mistakes. So they really hesitated. So many institutions they just apply technology for the sake of technology. They and they maybe sometimes they do not do it very thoroughly. So that is a challenge. So we need cooperation from all the healthcare workers to have a good system. So yeah, we have gone through some kind of awareness raising process. So we try to have the tools or the technology for the hospital, and the hospital can do better with technology, and then they also can improve their competitiveness with technology. And so today, with the decision number 749, we have 8 domains of priority, and healthcare is one of them. So how we can implement that successfully? I mentioned that about the awareness, we have dealt with that. The facilities, they see the importance of technology, like in Hue, they do it very well, and I hope that the provincial department of health, if all of them can do that, then it would be very, very good. And I see that some provinces maybe they are doing very well, but some are doing not very well. And in the Department of Health, normally they have staff, they have IT skills, maybe they have studied in college or university, but actually that IT staff has to do many other things, not only IT problems. So that's why it is very important for the people to be specialized, because that is because of the quota, or that is some kind of limitation in the human resources or in the staff. For example, in Korean, they just utilize one person from the Department of Information and Communication to work for the information system of the healthcare system. So actually, how we can improve such situation? So actually, it is very difficult to change the policies related to human resources. So we need to improve the training. So we have a training, we have the group on the Zalo, about 300 members from 63 provinces on the group, so they can share difficulties, and then we also can support with answers or solutions. And even they also can have some kind of peer-to-peer sharing, so they can utilize the expertise from their peers, like from different healthcare, from different health departments of different provinces. They can ask questions, and then their peers also can answer the questions in that group. And even if I also can ask a question and they have experience in the local areas and they also can share with us. So that is one way how we are dealing with the capacity or the skills of the staff in the local level. And we also have two centers who can also support the people in the sector. So if we have difficulties, and then we need to solve that immediately. In Vietnam, we have some kind of culture, like we need to trust first. Only when we trust, and then we can support each other. If we know somebody, but if we do not familiar with that person, then maybe it is very difficult. But maybe after like discussion on Zalo or in different meetings, we meet in different meetings or trainings, then we can know each other so that we can share more easily.
Một số các cái như là về quy định văn bản.
And about the regulations, we have to rely on the document of the medical services. And we are proposing so that we can revise the law on health examination and treatment so that we can have some open direction for digital transformation and IT application. And we also try the best so that we can develop the policies and guidance for different institutions related to safe data or the criteria in the hospitals, so that the hospitals know the model and the conditions so that they can invest in the IT, and we can have some kind of cost norm for IT, so that in the future, if any cost for the operation, then we include the cost for IT already. Because in the past, when we do something related to IT, then we need to have a separate project, and it is very recommended. So in the future, we integrate IT cost in other cost of the institutions. And I see that we have many systems, but maybe they are not linked, or maybe the information could be discrepant. They can be different. For example, the data from the VSS, it is based on the participants of insurance, and they have different records, and maybe one person can have different records, so it is not accurate. And in the Ministry of Health, we also have a general department for population planning, but they also collect data from provinces, and maybe one person can move from one province to another province, so there is some kind of duplication, so that's why it is also not accurate. And Mr. Trần Anh from BNPT, and about they have the project on digital transformation in commune healthcare clinic, so they can provide a primary care in the local areas. And I see that Vietnam is one of the very few countries have the different levels of healthcare management, from the central level to the commune level. So how we can utilize that? In the past, we have many different records, and then we have many softwares. We have a software for health insurance, for HIV/AIDS, for mother and children, then software for vaccination, and so on and so forth. So we have a lot of software. So that's why it is really troublesome, because maybe one health clinics on one health facility, one commune health facility, they only have 6 or 5 people, but they have to manage many software. And maybe one person have to operate one software and then move to another software in very short time. So of course it is very easy to make mistakes. So that's why we try the best so that we can have a single software in one common health clinic, one common health facility, so that it includes everything from medical services to vaccination or things like that. So we collect, so the commune level, they collect the information and it is managed under that software. And at for example, the HIV/AIDS, they are preparing a software to be implemented in the commune, but we have to stop that because we have to use one single software, and all the data collected from the commune health facility, they need to tell us, and then we can integrate in that software, and then all the data from the facilities, and then we can collect, and then we can centralize in the system, in our system, and then the departments that would like to use the data, then they can go to that system to get the data. And the MOH also have the information from all the 12,000 commune health facilities, and then we can carry out assessment or analysis, and then we can utilize the data very well from the commune health facilities. And then we also connect the data of the commune health facilities with the district level. Then we can work to the provincial level and to the central level. And now we see that the children's hospital, they are working very actively, because and we also need to do step by step. When we apply technology, information technology in the hospital, then it will have impact on all the procedures of examination and treatment in the hospital. So we need to be very careful. So at the commune level, maybe it is easy to do that, but at the higher level, we need to have some kind of roadmap, and then we have the plan for digital transformation, and then we can we include different directions for different institutions to follow. So I hope that with that, then we can standardize the data. Currently, we have a situation that we have a lot of data, but the information is very poor. So that's why, in order for us to use the data and to apply the AI, then we need to standardize the inputs. So we start first with the standardization of data in the commune health facilities, and then we go to the higher level. Then regularly, then we can have a good data system for Vietnam. Thank you. Thank you for the sharing and response from Mr. Nam. Yes, we see that in the presentation by Mr. Nam. We are aware of the challenges in the localities, and it is due to the history as well. And about the data strategy, maybe Mr. Nguyễn Trọng Khánh will have some words. And thank you, IPS and all the participants today, and particularly the support from the EU, and then the VDCA and Oxfam for organizing the workshop today. So today we have listened a lot of presentations and the ideas. So from here we can see that the public agencies or companies, you can have a lot of valuable information. And I see that in this topic, I see that in recent years, the information in healthcare sector is quite promising. And what we have now, the doctors, they can carry out a telemedicine. For example, the people, if they have an app on the smartphone, then they can receive advice from the leading doctors, from experts. So now we are trying to develop the digital transformation to the villages level. For example, the people in living in a commune with 1,000 people, they can install the apps, then they can receive the services or the advice from the doctors. We have the telemedicine system so that the doctor from the higher level can communicate with the doctors in the lower level regarding the examination and treatment to the hospital, to the patients. So we see that this is a very good, very promising achievement already. And in the workshop, we also have heard about some challenges related to, for example, resources. We do not have enough resources to implement the work, and we do not have some people with very good expertise in IT so that we can implement the work more thoroughly. But I think that this is some kind of certain challenge that we need to have solution so that we can solve the problems by and by. Regarding the data governance in general and data in the healthcare sector in particular, I would like to share some information that we have directions, and there are 2 points that are important that we would like to mention. In order to solve the challenges in the coming time, we need to focus on governance of data, and we concern a lot about application and how to manage the data very well so that we can minimize the risk and we can improve the application of IT. So we focus on some points, for example, organization of databases so that we can optimize the resources. So we are trying to study so that we can give a guidance to the sector.
Các hệ thống thông tin, các cơ quan nhà nước phải chia sẻ dữ liệu, đảm bảo một cái là chúng ta có thể sử dụng lại lẫn nhau. Các dữ liệu chúng ta chia sẻ thì chúng mới đảm bảo thống nhất. và chia sẻ thì mới đảm bảo được rằng là cái nguồn lực tối ưu hóa cái nguồn lực mà xây dựng của các xây dựng dữ liệu của các cơ quan và dữ liệu nó sẽ hạn chế cái cát cứ rời rạc. Trong nội dung trong cái hội thảo hôm nay thì tôi thấy được rằng là có một cái điểm rất tốt mà anh Đồng nêu ra, đó là cái vấn đề về kiểm toán thì cái phạm vi này cũng cái khái niệm này cũng tương đối mới, nhưng mà trong lĩnh vực trong những cái lĩnh vực công nghệ thông tin cũng như là cái nội dung mà đưa vào những cái văn bản pháp lý thì chúng tôi cũng đã dự tính đến là cái vấn đề là kiểm tra giám sát đảm bảo chất lượng dữ liệu trong cơ quan nhà nước hiện nay, cũng như là mở rộng thêm là những cái dữ liệu mà trong phạm vi ứng dụng trong đời sống xã hội. Thì chúng ta phải có những cái hoạt động là thống kê, kiểm kê dữ liệu hiện nay chúng ta đang xây dựng như thế nào, rồi định kỳ hàng năm chúng ta cần phải là kiểm tra đánh giá chất lượng, đưa ra những cái giải pháp để mà hoàn thiện dữ liệu cho mình. Thì trên cơ sở đấy thì chúng ta mới đảm bảo cái dữ liệu của chúng ta nó mới tốt, nó mới giảm những cái dữ liệu rác đi. Thì cái nội dung này thì cũng ở trong cái nghị định 47 thì như anh Đường có trình bày trước thì chúng ta cũng đã có những cái hạ tầng pháp lý nhất định về vấn đề này rồi. Tuy nhiên là trong thời gian tới thì các cơ quan nhà nước cũng cần phải có những cái biện pháp cụ thể hơn, thể chế hóa những cái nội dung trong cái việc quản trị dữ liệu, và chúng ta cũng cần phải có những cái nội dung liên quan đến việc đảm bảo an toàn thông tin cá nhân. Thì cái vấn đề này thì cũng là cái vấn đề trọng tâm trong cái tọa đàm ngày hôm nay. Cái vấn đề thứ hai mà ngoài cái vấn đề quản trị dữ liệu để đảm bảo cái sự phát triển ứng dụng thông tin bền vững thì chúng tôi tập trung vào cái vấn đề là phát triển các nền tảng lớn. Đây là một cái định hướng mà trọng tâm trong cái quá trình chuyển đổi số hiện nay. Tại sao chúng ta phải tập trung vào những cái nền tảng lớn? Tại vì chúng ta nếu hiện trong thời gian qua thì chúng tôi nhận thấy được rằng là việc phát triển ứng dụng thông tin, chúng ta có thể một nơi nào đó nó có những phát triển nó manh mún rời rạc, chúng ta có những cái ứng dụng nho nhỏ rồi cũng chúng ta có những cái hệ thống mà chưa kết nối liên thông. Đó là những cái sự mà theo cái nhu cầu hiện tại chúng ta cần cái gì thì chúng ta xây dựng như thế để phục vụ cái đáp ứng hiện tại cho mình. Và chính cái điều này thì nó phát sinh ra những cái vấn đề là ứng dụng nào, hệ thống nào xây dựng dữ liệu có chính mình, và nó dẫn đến là sự cát cứ dữ liệu. Thì cái định hướng là xây dựng nền tảng để chúng ta có thể là đảm bảo cái việc là chúng ta triển khai nhanh hơn. Khi mà chúng ta xây dựng một cái nền tảng tốt, chúng ta có thể triển khai cho nhiều các cơ quan đơn vị hơn, thì nó sẽ dẫn đến là chúng ta có đáp ứng rất nhanh những cái nhu cầu thực tế. Chúng ta có sự chuyên nghiệp hơn, tại vì khi mà chúng ta sẽ xây dựng một cái nền tảng lớn thì chúng ta có những chuyên gia chuyên sâu vào và có những cái nghiên cứu kỹ lưỡng để xây dựng lên những cái giải pháp tốt. Chúng ta có khả năng là quản trị dữ liệu tốt hơn, tại vì khi mà nằm trong cái nền tảng lớn thì cái khả năng quản trị dữ liệu, khả năng kiểm soát những cái luồng thông tin trong cái nền tảng chúng ta dễ dàng hơn. Và đặc biệt là nền tảng triển khai trong cái việc chuyển đổi số này thì nó phải có tính mở. Đây là một cái điểm mà chúng tôi rất nhấn mạnh ở cái chỗ cái tính mở của nền tảng. Nó sẽ đảm bảo cho việc là chúng ta có nhiều các cơ quan, nhiều các doanh nghiệp mà tham gia vào để phát triển, xây dựng một cái hệ sinh thái nó tốt hơn. Và đây cũng là cái mà chúng tôi xác định được rằng là để tránh cái sự độc quyền trong việc xây dựng cái nền tảng, cũng như là cái việc tận dụng trí tuệ của tất cả mọi các cộng đồng doanh nghiệp tham gia vào phát triển các giải pháp chuyển đổi số ứng dụng thông tin. Và tôi cũng xin thông báo với quý vị rằng là trong chiều nay thì tại Bộ Thông tin và Truyền thông có một cái hội thảo rất là lớn, là hội thảo về cái Open Summit, Việt Nam Open Summit, là tập trung vào cái vấn đề là phát triển, định hướng và phát triển những cái công nghệ mở, nền tảng mở, dữ liệu mở để phục vụ cho cái quá trình mà chuyển đổi số hôm nay. Thì ở trong này cũng có rất nhiều những cái bài trình bày của các chuyên gia chia sẻ về những cái kinh nghiệm phát triển, và cũng đưa ra những cái định hướng trong tương lai để chúng ta làm thế nào để phát triển một cái ứng dụng công nghệ thông tin, phát triển những hệ thống và đặc biệt là phát triển những cái trí tuệ về chuyển đổi số một cách tốt hơn. Và cuối cùng thì tôi thấy được rằng là có một điểm mà trong cái chia sẻ của các chuyên gia hiện nay hôm nay thì tôi thấy rằng là cái vấn đề là về liên quan đến cái vấn đề về an toàn thông tin và bảo vệ thông tin cá nhân, pháp luật có quy định bao nhiêu thì nữa thì cũng không bao giờ đủ được, mà quan trọng là chúng ta phải có cái sự tuyên truyền. Đó là cái chủ đề mà chuyên gia New Zealand nói đây là vấn đề đạo đức và dữ liệu. Đạo đức và dữ liệu là rất quan trọng trong cái việc triển khai các giải pháp ứng dụng, cũng như là xây dựng một hệ sinh thái, các cơ sở dữ liệu lành mạnh và phát triển tốt. Và cuối cùng thì tôi cũng rất là mong muốn có một cái sự đóng góp của tất cả các quý vị trong việc xây dựng các chính sách cụ thể hơn, chi tiết hơn nữa về nguồn lực của các cơ quan nhà nước cho vấn đề này cũng rất có hạn, và cần phải có những cái sự đóng góp chi tiết cụ thể, những cái đề xuất một cái có ích của tất cả cộng đồng các doanh nghiệp cũng như các nhà chuyên gia khoa học để chúng ta định hướng xây dựng một cái chính sách nó tốt hơn, nó phù hợp hơn và nó thực tiễn hơn. Xin cảm ơn.
Vâng, cảm ơn anh Khánh. Ông Nguyễn Trọng Khánh thì cũng đã nói nhiều về những cái điểm mà có thể mà bên Bộ Thông tin Truyền thông có thể cân nhắc tiếp thu đưa vào cái phần mà chiến lược dữ liệu quốc gia, đúng không ạ? Ví dụ như kiểm toán dữ liệu, đạo đức dữ liệu là những cái vấn đề mới để mà góp phần về bảo vệ dữ liệu tốt hơn. Thì bây giờ là 12 giờ 2 phút, cái phần mà thời gian thảo luận của chúng ta cũng đã bị quá giờ. Tôi cũng thay mặt cho Hội Truyền thông số Việt Nam, thay mặt cho ban tổ chức trân trọng cảm ơn tất cả các quý vị đã đóng góp cho hội thảo. Thế thì cái phần thời lượng của chương trình của hội thảo cũng đã hết. Với tư cách là ban tổ chức thì chúng tôi sẽ tổng hợp tất cả những cái thông tin như thế này và cũng sẽ có những cái phần truyền tải nhất định đến Bộ Y tế, Bộ Thông tin Truyền thông, Bộ Tư pháp, các cái cơ quan quản lý nhà nước chủ trì ở trong cái lĩnh vực này, các cái khuyến nghị được nêu ra trong ngày hôm nay. Và chúng tôi cũng rất cảm ơn đại diện Bộ Y tế, đại diện Bộ Thông tin Truyền thông đã có cái lời chia sẻ và đặt vấn đề với các chuyên gia, các quý vị đại biểu, các cái tổ chức có thể là tham gia góp ý cùng cho bộ cho hai bộ trong cái tiến trình về xây dựng các cái chính sách pháp luật trong cái lĩnh vực như thế này. Thay mặt cho ban tổ chức, tôi xin phép tuyên bố dừng cái phần hội thảo của ngày hôm nay lại ở đây, kết thúc cái phần hội thảo của chúng ta tại đây. Một lần nữa cảm ơn tất cả các quý vị đại biểu, cảm ơn Phái đoàn Liên minh châu Âu và Oxfam đã hỗ trợ Hội Truyền thông số trong việc tổ chức hội thảo ngày hôm nay. Kính chúc sức khỏe tất cả các quý vị đại biểu. Xin cảm ơn. Ban tổ chức cũng có một cái bữa cơm trưa thân mật để các anh chị có thể là tiếp tục trao đổi các cái vấn đề tại phòng VIP 1 ở tầng 3. Thì xin mời các quý vị đại biểu thì sẽ dành thời gian để chúng ta cùng có thể là có dùng bữa trưa và trao đổi thêm. Xin mời các anh chị.
Mình trên đây có một cái hẹn rồi, cái em sinh nhật. Hẹn gặp bạn. Sau này có gì có khác hai bên mình có thể mà về năm tới là